that stuff as we move along, and this is going to be a long stream, so feel free to join in and watch whenever you choose. Skip ahead to whatever. Whenever this gets uploaded, I'm gonna adjust some things and make it so that we can, uh, you know, skip ahead to whichever movie we're at or whichever part of the build we're at. But for now, this is live, and we're going until we're done. I have my blue milk, and yes, this is actual real blue milk. There's a company, and I just lost my bottle. There's a company here in Pittsburgh called Turner's, and they came out with a 90th anniversary birthday cake, milk, and they changed it for May the 4th to Bantha Blue Milk. So there we go. So the expiration date is actually today. So I'm hoping that it still tastes good. So let's double check. Yep, definitely still tastes good. So if you're not a fan of birthday cake, you will not like it. But I think it's pretty good. Still have to dilute it with regular milk. But anyway, we are going to get started. So I have both my setup, and actually you can tell if you've seen my streams before, my setup is a little bit different. I've been playing with things in the streaming world and changing how the look is, the themes, those kind of things. So we have some extra things that we're going to try, and so I'm going to get the current ones set up. There we go. As you can see, we've got a little movie box, or a little box, and that's where we're going to be playing the movie. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the timer that you guys might have seen in the last build that I did. We're going to get the timer started and the movie at the same time. So at 3, 2, 1, here we go. I'm going to adjust the volume a little bit because it might be too quiet. And yeah, that might be a little too quiet, even for me, because I can hear it through my headphones. There we go. All right, so here we go. I gotta bring that over too, so it looks a little better. There we go. I hope it makes more sense. So that 20th Century Fox it's not, full of action, which I disagree with to a point. I mean, yeah, there are parts where, like now, where the droids are having a little discussion, where I think you have character development in building, where you start to find out about, these things that, is brand new to what you've ever seen before, which I think is important. You do need to have that in movies and all kinds of different ways. You can't just have it all action. That, to me, I think that gets boring. I mean, I like movies that have a lot of action and are very involved, but yeah, it's. I think you can have too much. Just like with everything, you can have too much story. But this is interesting. Things are explained without having them explained and stuff like this. Like you see the sandcrawler, and you see a dead thing right there, but you don't know that's a sandcrawler yet, and you don't know what that dead thing is. You never really find out um, what it is. That's actually the skeleton of a Kyrite dragon. You never find out, though. It's just one of those things that's like, they had to fill in later. But that's okay. It kind of gives it an air of mystery. And then like these little guys, the Jawas, which are some of my favorite characters just because of how goofy they seem. Um, they are just really cool and very mysterious with their hoods and their beady little eyes, and you know, makes them kind of cool creatures. And then you find out very quickly through the story and stuff like who the Jawas actually are. And you find out who the Tusken Raiders, Gunk Droid. They're one of my favorites just because they're so kind of cool and unknown what they do. I have no clue what they do. They're just there. They make cool noises. So here's where they get reunited. It amazes me. I mean, I don't know how much you know about Star Wars, but Anthony Daniels is inside C-3PO, and he's not a sizable fella. I mean, he's fairly skinny, and so obviously he can fit. But the fact that they can fit somebody, Kenny Baker, inside R2 is. It is going to be a long build. You're right. It's actually, I'm guessing in a sense, I don't know if you watched my previous build with Voltron. Might be able to hear me, but I took away the stream. Unfortunately, it looks like YouTube doesn't like that, even though it's not the movies themselves. There we go. We'll see if they wake up there. We'll see if it lets me continue on. Not really a policy violation because I'm doing it the correct way, but I guess they don't like it. Sad. Hopefully they'll let me continue on. There we go. I took it away. Yeah, I had a couple people messaging me and saying, hey, that's up. Even though it's not the official versions, even though I have commentary going on top of it, I guess they don't like it going through. Sorry about that. So this will be more of a boring stream. Sorry. Looks like I won't be able to do that. All right, well, hopefully it comes back. I don't know if you can hear me. Hopefully it comes back shortly so that you can see the video. And if I have to, because I can save this, so if I have to edit it or whatever, then so be it. I will do so. So sad. I'll have to put some music in the background, I guess. That's mine. All mine. So give me 1 second to make that a little bit more interesting. Oh, do you? Okay, so it's working now apparently. So I guess they gave it back. So I am going to add my music playlist in, and we'll just go with that. And this music playlist is mine, so let me do this. Okay. All right, there we go. Oh, way too loud. So unfortunately, they did not like the fact that I was playing the movies, even though it's not the real movie. So, oh well. What are you gonna do? Even though they weren't the real thing, even though I was talking about them, so be it. All right. Moving right along. All right. Which is sad, because it was fun to talk about it as much as I could right there. But, alright. So, here we go. Moving right along. Apologies for that momentary delay. because it would be way more fun to have the movies going and be talking about them and stuff like that. But you know, what can you do? Which is funny because I'm not going to talk about them too much because it doesn't do any good. But YouTube has a policy where you can't just stream things, you know, without either giving credit or whatever, and or just, you know, stream the movies themselves. And it's funny too because I've seen a number of streams where they barely talk. They just kind of watch whatever it is they're watching, and every now and then they give a little commentary, like barely at all. And so it's kind of unfair. But again, what are you gonna do? Do I have longer ones? Nope, that's it. So be it. Oh, that's where it goes. Anyway, moving right along, continuing to build. Momentary difficulty. Sorry about that. Now, of course, I would play Star Wars music if I could, but, you know, who knows? Maybe they would not like that either. So, oh well. I'll add a little bit more. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Alternating glowy pieces. Oh. My microphone apparently is not up enough. There we go. Let's try that. Alright. Though I might have been a little bit quieter as well, simply because I was not happy with YouTube. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Alright, moving right along. Happy Star Wars Day, whoever's watching still. Much less fun, but we'll get through it. Alright, so this goes right in there. Okay. These are cool little dots. They're little glowy pieces here. Alright. And some of them are just normal pieces, like normal little circles, and some of them are like got a little metallic sheen to them, which is kind of cool. Alright, moving on. Two of these, 2 plates. Looks like we're starting to cover some stuff up. Because this is going to be, I know we're going to have stuff over top of it. If you look on the box itself, you can see, I'll bring it in. You can see all kinds of things that are decorating it, and I know this is the middle part, so that's where you get into time crunches, or time used up, because all those little pieces, and if you're like me, sometimes when you're rushing and you forget, or you're not paying attention. Alright, I gotta make sure one thing with this playlist, I actually make sure it's set to loop. It is. Good. Okay. Alright. Ooh, nope, I put this in the wrong spot. See? That's what happens when you rush. Do this way. Okay, that should be enough so I can get that up. There we go. Put that in the wrong spot. Here we go. And bunches of little tiny pieces going on all over the place so that they can have other pieces connect to them, and little pipes and stuff. Alright. So, whenever I end up taking a break, I'm going to show you something that just arrived. I just got They did, Lego did for Maythefourth this year. On the 1st, they... Yes, I see me. I see you. Maythefourth this year, they came out with the A-Wing, which is actually my younger brother's favorite ship. He loves the A-Wing. They came out with that as a UCS, as a Ultimate Collector Series ship, very similar to this. And I bought it, of course, and apparently it just arrived, so woohoo! That's a good thing. I'll unbox that real quick at some point whenever I take a break, just to show what I got. All right, looks like that's done. Moving on. All right, got a big piece there. I did that middle piece, those three. Okay, good. We're done there. So I can still, even though I can't show the movies, unfortunately, I can still talk about them because I do love them. Where we were at was, they were heading into Mos Eisley, they saw everything. They talked about the Force having an influence on the weak-minded. And getting onto the Millennium Falcon and blasting out of there and heading to Alderaan, which ends up ceasing to exist rather quickly because of the Death Star. And two little things, I got those. Alright, moving on. Alright. I am going to actually, real quick, I'm going to zoom this in, my camera in, just a little bit more, so you get more of a look, because again, these are a lot of smaller pieces, so I'm going to zoom it in just a little bit. If it'll let me. There we go. Maybe. Oh, I bet you because I had it, I had it set to... There we go. Huh, it's not wanting to zoom in, that's interesting. Not sure why. Oh, for some reason it seems to be locked, wanting to be right where it's at, so apologies for that. Not sure why. Two little arm hooks. And it is sad that I can't do streaming of the movie itself, simply because I think it would have been really, really cool to be able to talk about it and everything. Alright. Nope. Did that wrong. Nope, I'm fine. Ahead of time to see if this was already here or not, so it wanted two of them. Well, I had an extra, but there we go. So now we have two. Alright, so that, and four little pieces. This part is almost done. almost always there are extra pieces. Alright. There we go. Extra pieces over there. Some blue milk here. And on we go. Yep. I think I might have got a message from YouTube. Nope. It was just a notification that there was another video that somebody had posted. Alright, on to bag 4. Make sure we don't miss any of those. These are always the ones, the small bags are the ones that you got to be careful of. And lots of tiny pieces. Great. This is what slows you down. Making sure you do all of them. All right. So, what's everyone up to today that's enjoying this Star Wars day? Even if you're not a Star Wars fan. So that goes right there. And it's got all these little tiny pieces that go around it. Oh, there we go. Last one. There we go. Yeah, this is gonna be the abusive part of the build. Alright, we've got some interesting pieces here. I like whenever they do cool pieces. Odd little, not sure whether they're hinges or what. They're kind of interesting looking. Kind of like horns that would go on a helmet or something like that, but that's cool. They fit right in there. And those little, they fit right in these little grooves right there. All right. All right, and 2 little cone pieces. More shiny pieces. They go over there. I bet you the droid goes right in here. This little hole that's right there. I bet you the droid, the astromech droid goes in there. Alright, so moving right along to lots of little pieces again. So we got 2 of those flats. This takes, it's funny to think about. I mean, like I do Legos to relax and such, because I find them relaxing. I find them to be very enjoyable and lots of fun to build. But at the same time, they can be stressful sometimes whenever you mess up or you're looking frantically for a piece that's the only one that you have or something like that. So I was saying towards the beginning of the stream that Star Wars, well, I wasn't born for Star Wars, so I didn't see it when it first came out in the theater. Didn't even see Empire Strikes Back when it first came out, at least not that I remember. But Empire Strikes Back was the first one I actually saw. We were actually over at a friend of my parents, and it was mostly an adult type party. You know, not anything interesting really for a kid that was only like 5 years old. So I went down in the basement where the one of the adults actually had on TV had Empire Strikes Back, and I had never seen it before, and it was incredible to me because you see these giant land walkers. That's the scene it was in. You see these giant land walkers moving across the snow, and from that point on, I was hooked. I just loved it. I thought it was just the coolest thing. So that's when I first got into Star Wars, and then eventually I saw Star Wars, and I always got them backwards. I always thought it was Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, and Empire Strikes Back. I thought that was the order it went when I was younger. Silly me. Alright. I'm getting into that zone where I'm trying to find the piece that... Oh, nope, it's still in there. Stuck in the corner. There we go. Alright. So we get another little... This one's not a glowy piece, it doesn't look like. We got one that is a glow and one that is not. That's where we have to be careful. Alright. Next page. More little pieces. Little hooks. And like I said, this is less pieces overall than Voltron. Voltron had this one will have a lot more small pieces. Ah, that's what that is. Okay. Or the Y-Wing, sorry. The Y-Wing has a lot more smaller pieces. Voltron had a few, but not too many. It was a fun build, that's for sure. I really enjoyed it. When I take a break, I'll actually bring him over and show him real quick. He was fun. Alright. Well, I apologize, the stream will be a little bit more boring because there's less to see. So, that means chat needs to speak up and be like, hey, let me know what's going on, how you're doing. What kind of things you're doing. Alright, this is going to be where we start going with lots and lots of little things. I have to be careful where we put them. Make sure that they're in the right spot. Because the whole thing is going to get covered with them. There's that. There's a little one. And they even hide some of them. It's hard to see. And last piece that I need, there we go. That's what it was. Last piece for that. 2 shinies and that. 1 little piece there. 3 of those. Alright. Next page. Alright, now I gotta reverse it so it's easier to see things. Alright. That has a little tiny one that goes on right there. That has that supporting it. This has a dark gray hook. That's going correctly. All right. The nice thing is, at least with this is music I've made, so I don't have to worry about any kind of policy violation or whatever unless YouTube just gets silly. Alright. Oops, that one goes in one. Hi, Jerry. How you doing? I was showing the movies, but apparently YouTube did not like that. So back to listening to music, unfortunately. Got about halfway done with Star Wars, and then they wanted to. They say it was due to violations, so be it. Moving on. Hope you're having a great day, especially for a Monday. Mondays can be a pain. So you're stuck working, but hey, at least you found a way to join in, huh? Well, I was hoping to be able to show, and I guess next time I would have to just do little clips and stuff like that and comment on them instead of showing what I was. It would have been neat to get to some of the other areas where they show parts of the movie that you don't know anything about, like they tell you something and then you don't find out until some other episode later about it. That'd have been neat, but we did not get to. All right, all those are there. One, that. Just gonna make sure with all these little tiny pieces. Yeah, hopefully you shouldn't have too much longer to go. Oh, Jerry, just want to let you know, got my blue milk in honor of this Star Wars Day. There are so many little pieces. It just makes your eyes kind of not hurt, but it makes them kind of go weird sometimes. Arms everywhere. Now these armatures are going to hold on to fuel lines and pipes and stuff like that, and various other mechanical looking things. No, the milk is actually not too bad. It's definitely getting a little bit warm, but it's not horrible yet. And a glowy one? No, that's a regular one. Alright, now we can build a little bit of a tiny piece. And those ones are both glowy ones. I need a regular one for this. Putting a fun little goofy doohickey in here that I've never seen before. It's like I don't know, it's a weird propeller thing. And, never seen anything like that before in Legos. There you go. Interesting. I do like whenever they do those kind of pieces, though. As my dad would say, it gives it character. I'm supposed to zoom in and look at. Oh, okay. So we've got this whip. This is what this was. This is originally a whip. Back in the day, they designed it. They used it for like pirates or something like that. So we're supposed to take it and fish it through over to this other little connector over here. So it looks kind of like a little wire that's going across, or a fuel line or something like that. That's kind of cool. One instruction just for that. That's what I find funny is whenever they do things like that. I mean, you have to. I mean, you can't you know, try to put too much in some of the things because otherwise you'll lose track of it. Alright, that goes there, and now we're starting to put some of the other pipes on. This was one of the things that made the Falcon such a long build, was all the piping that you had to do that was over the roof and stuff like that. Okay, there's one down here. Silver one that you really won't see, but it's still there. Okay. Oops, too far. I like to put them butt up against where they're supposed to look like they're going into. Alright, got them. Now we've got a couple more little pieces. Oh no, these ones are actually big pieces. But they're going to hold more pipes. For that instruction. Okay, now we got some colored pieces. Up, they join together. I see. That's cool. And a weird control arm type thing goes in. Interesting. I like that. And two other pieces. I'm trying to see where they go. Because I did those. Ah. Interesting. So that one goes there. I'm trying to see where the other one goes. Oh, it goes... No, that one has one. Oh, it goes right there. Okay. It's hard to see sometimes. This is why they put colored pieces in a lot. Sometimes when you're building, you just don't see what they're doing. Okay, we're gonna be turning this around soon, which is good, so we can do the other side. And we got this other interesting look to it. A little silver piece. Looks kind of cool. See how that's shaping up. All right, time to turn it around and essentially do the exact same thing on the opposite side, which is typically how LEGO does things. Not everything is uniform. I mean, if, again, you look at the Falcon is definitely not uniform. The Falcon has that cockpit that sits off the side. It's got a radar dish on one side, so some of it is symmetrical, but some of it is definitely not. Oops. I need to put the pipings in. Where did that one go? That one goes on top. Okay. Part of my hair, it is long. It gets in the way. Especially when I'm going back and forth with things. So that blue goes there. We put in another one of these little control. How to do that one? I did it like that. So that fits on there. Two of those things. I think that's everything there. Yep. Alright. And again, the same little thing on this side. We're almost done with this bag. This will be bag 4. So I'll take a quick break after this. I'll grab Voltron. He'll stand guard. There we go. Looking pretty good. Let's see if we're missing anything. It looks like everything's the way it should be. Okay. Shiny ones go in the middle right there. Regular one goes on here. And not thinking. I'm too far ahead. This is definitely the place where the astromech droid goes. I have some more piping that goes along this. Those. And here we go. Finishing up. Okay, so on this side, put these little smooth bits, and that one goes on that side, and we're almost done. Alright, 2 little ones. Over here. Alright. Alright, and that was it for that. Okay, so we're done. So there we go. That looks kind of like it's got piping on it and stuff like that going between the different things. That's one of the unique things I like about the Y-Wing is everything is open and exposed. Like, I think it's the story they give is because, you know, they have to work on everything all the time on the Y-Wing, so they leave it open just so it's easier to access, because really the armor plating doesn't do much when it comes to lasers. So, alright, I'm going to be right back. Last swig of blue milk, because it is getting warm. Tasty. Let me get Voltron, and if I can, I have him in a weird spot. Actually, no, you know what? I'll worry about him later. I'm going to get the A-Wing, so I will be right back. Running clock, so you know, I'm going to try to get done as soon as I can. So I'm going to turn off my headset for a second, and I'll be right back. So take it easy. Hold tight. I'm back. I'm going to lower the playlist back. And my wireless headset's a little bit loud. There we go. All right, and show you something real quick. So this is what arrived today, which is really amazing that it arrived so soon. A-Wing Starfighter. That's the one I got for Maythefourth this year. So that's pretty cool. That'll be a fun build. And then this was a bonus set, just a little tiny little, hey, thanks for buying it. So that's really cool. I was just surprised that I got here this quickly. I mean, that's pretty nuts. So, all right. So next, it looks like we're going to be doing the extensions here for the Y-Wing. So we're going to get to that next. So that is bag number 5, some bigger pieces. So we're going to move them out of the way. Make sure that this is, there we go. Okay, just want to make sure that the playlist was still going. Oh yeah, this will be fun. There are still some small pieces, but it's not nearly as bad. So yeah, I was not expecting the A-Wing to come in this soon, but it did. I'm curious about something actually. I want to see if, because I saw a phone call coming in. I don't know. I don't think YouTube does phone calls, but I mean it could have been someone from them being like, "Hey, we have a problem with your thing," but yeah, because I don't recognize one number. But oh well, we'll just go from there. So an hour and a half, and we've done 4 bags. All right, and there are 13. So got to get moving along. So away we go. So these are, it looks like they do a lot of these little vein pieces, or not vein, but the Technic, whatever you want to call them. They do that this way so that it has more structure to it, so the weight can be handled for the Legos themselves, because they're going to be hanging off the side and there's not going to be anything else holding them on. So they want to, I mean, Legos are strong, but in fact there's a house that's made of Legos, which is pretty cool. But they still, have limits. So if you watch the Fox Lego Masters build thing, they did a bridge that was entirely out of Lego that had to withstand as much weight as you could put on it, and 2 of them went to 1,000 pounds, and they stopped because it was going to be, too dangerous. So 1,000 pounds, that's a lot for Lego. Yeah, they would cut me off if I didn't come, and they did actually. They paused. They actually said that my stream. They showed a little warning that my stream was in violation or whatever. So it did stop for a little bit. I mean, like, they could still hear me, but you couldn't see anything. So once I stopped it, it took them a minute, and then it was back up. So this is what you get. Just me. Nothing exciting, but. The original trilogy is my favorite, though. Though I have to say, Rogue One is by far one of the best. I guess you could say it's an offshoot for a movie franchise, because obviously Star Wars is like the first. Yeah, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi are the first trilogy, and I mean there's other movies that are trilogies like Back to the Future, which is another one of my favorites, and Indiana Jones trilogy. Well, no, I guess Indiana Jones became a. I don't even know what to call it. They'll be coming out with a fifth one soon, but the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull made it quad trilogy. I don't even know what you would call it. A quad something. Somebody look that up. I don't know what you would call 4, but it's going to be 5 soon anyway, as long as it goes through. So, yeah. But it was the first trilogy. But I have to say, of the offshoots, you know, we had Solo, Rogue One. I have to say, by far, Rogue One was just fantastically done. I thought it was really, really good. The storyline was fantastic. Because, I mean, like, you always hear in Star Wars itself, you know, plans from the Death Star. You know, plans for the Death Star were received by Rebel spies. And there was always a lot of speculation. They even did stories about them, about how the plans initially got found and such. So the fact that they went back and did Rogue One was just, you know, smart on their part, and it was extremely well done. The acting was good, the storyline was good, and they didn't make it anything. They didn't try too hard with it, I don't think. They did what needed to be done. They explained things enough. Yeah, it was a properly good movie, and you know, it's still an offshoot of Star Wars, so to speak, because it doesn't go in any of the trilogies. It happens right before Star Wars starts. I mean, the ending of it is right after Princess Leia's ship goes into hyperspace to get to Tatooine, and when it comes out, I mean, that's when Star Wars starts. So it was extremely well done. The portrayal that they did of Vader and his just being generally ticked off at everything was well done as well. I'm pretty sure James Earl Jones still did the voice for him. Not 100% sure on that. Anyway, one of the things I was going to do, we're at the 1 hour 40 minutes, so right now they would be doing in Star Wars, they would be having the battle, the first battle with the Death Star and the TIE Fighters, and you would see the Y-Wings and X-Wings going at it. Make sure I got all the pieces here. Looks like I did. The cool thing about that fight is just the way they filmed it is actually really cool, because they did. I mean, most of the stuff that they figured out in Star Wars was fairly new. I mean, it was technology that they pretty much had to invent on the fly because it just didn't exist yet. So a lot of the things, such as the camera movements for the ships, I mean, like, nothing had been done like that before, especially not with as many models as they had. I mean, they were using lots of models of the TIE Fighters, yeah, I mean, like, even the structure of the Death Star itself, there's no CGI. I mean, so a tetralogy, that's what it's called, or a quartet. Okay, a tetralogy, I guess, would make sense for movies. A quartet was, I mean, like, you could have a men's singing quartet. But that's cool to know. I never knew that. But I'll put that down so I can do this part. Where was that? The fight scenes, I mean, like, the whole Death Star was constructed. I mean, like, it was all model pieces. They got from old battleship models and stuff like that. So in order to film it, they had to have a way to be able to go to specific points that they had filmed and look at it, adjust it, etc., and change things around and go back and do it again. So they invented the technology to do that, and they still use it to a lesser extent today. It's a little bit different now, but they still use the initial what they came up with, and that was unheard of, but it made the battles surrealistic because they could be like, ooh, you know what, this doesn't look right, let's go back and redo the shot and that sort of thing. Which I was going to have fun showing in Empire, because in Empire Strikes Back, there was a point, it was after the Battle of Hoth, whenever they're all escaping and getting out, and there's an asteroid field that the Falcon's flying through and being chased by TIE fighters, and there's one point in it where they did so many reshoots, the production people were kind of getting a little frustrated with George Lucas because he kept asking for more. And so they, two of the asteroids are funny things. One of them is a potato, and one of them is a shoe. And if you go slow enough, you can see it. I mean, they fly through pretty fast. They're hard to see, but it would have been fun to be pointing things out like that. There's also a point, like I said, they're already in the fight. Compound work that's made up of 4 distinct works. Okay. There is a point when they're in the Death Star, when Luke and Han and Chewie are in the Death Star trying to rescue the princess. There's a point there where actually C-3PO and R2-D2 are kind of in the spot where they've been left, and stormtroopers come in, and 3PO and R2 are hiding in a closet essentially. And what they do is, as the stormtroopers are coming in, if you watch to the right side of the screen, there is as the stormtroopers, there's like 6 of them, I think, that are filing in. The one on the right side doesn't duck because the door is not opened all the way, so he doesn't duck, so he gets his head stuck against the door, which is kind of funny to watch. It's little things like that I like it, that they didn't reshoot that. It was I guess they didn't notice it initially, and so it wasn't reshot, and so it's still in there, so it looks funny. And then what's even funnier is the fact that, like, whenever they are leaving again, they're going, because our 3PO tells them, hey, they're going here, go find them. So they all leave, and they tell the one guy to stand guard. Well, the guy they tell to stand guard is the one that was knocking his head against the door, which is kind of funny. All right, so we're going to put this first part in. All right, snaps all together. Ooh, that all snaps too. Wow. That was one of the first things we did down here, and that even has a snap. So that should be nice and solid because the engines hang off here. So, all right, now we're probably going to do the same thing on the other side. There we go. So we're going to do this 3 times. I'm just going to put these through. So if what was it called? A tetralogy is 4. What would a 5 work? Because that's apparently what Indiana Jones is going to become, if they do film it. What would a 5 work become? Because tetra I get, tetra is 4. What would 5 be? Word sleuth. I never even thought of that, of anything beyond a trilogy, to be honest, until just now. So kind of interesting to figure out what those would be. But then again, I mean, like, what movies? I don't know, what movies would be more than 3 ever? Really. I mean, like, you have the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You have the Fellowship, what's it called? The Hellabit, the Hobbit trilogy. Which really didn't need to be 3 movies. It could have just been 1. But yeah, there's none that are really like more or yeah, more than 3 generally. So that's kind of interesting. All right. So moving right along here. I do like. I felt with the first little wing there that I put on. It's not a wing per se, but it kind of feels like it. It felt nice and solid, so this definitely is going to be keeping them in there good, or keeping the engines, the nacelles they call them, upright. All right, so we got 2 little things here. Two little hooks. I always, when Lego does things, when they put the instructions out, they do things like the headlights, and they say put the light part on, and then put it on. And sometimes it's just easier to put this on and then put the headlight itself on. Well, in this case, it's not really a headlight; it's just a headlight holder. That's just the piece that they use. Alright, next page. And all this will be nice and familiar, at least, because it is exactly the same. Though, I wonder if they're going to change it up. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this side is going to be exactly the same as the previous. Alright, all in a line there. Yeah, I figured with the, even though it's, whoops, even though it's less pieces than Voltron was, and Voltron took, what was the final time? Voltron took a little over, I can't remember, a little over 5 hours, I think. Figured with all the little pieces with this would take longer, and it definitely seems to be. Because we are at the, where's my timer? We're at 1 hour, almost 50 minutes, or yeah, so. But you don't know. I mean, after we get these done, since we have all the stuff, the little bits here, maybe it will go a little faster. I don't know. We'll see. The goal was showing the movies and getting done by the time that the spaceship battle in Return of the Jedi happens, which, well, I'm kind of gonna have to guess the time now, but I think we'll be good. This is, I mean, it's also sort of a speed build. I mean, like, I am, still taking little breaks just because I need to. But, and one last piece. But, it's kind of what you end up with is, with the engines, they might have less little tiny pieces to worry about, and so it'll be easier. We'll see. So happy Maythefourth be with you to everybody. Just gonna reiterate that. Interesting how they do this one, because these pipes are actual Lego pieces, which is kind of interesting, just assembled. Kind of cool though, I like that. So there's just little Technic pieces there on the edge. So the camera didn't focus right, sorry about that. It's neat whenever they do these though, because they make it so the pipes kind of run into each other like they're all connected, even though they're not. So, oops, I almost forgot that. 2 little half circle pieces. Alright, back underneath. This is so it connects to the supporting pieces that we did at the very beginning. These are cool little pieces. These actually kind of look like the little lightsaber parts. They're not quite the same, but what they use as the lightsaber hilts for the minifigures. That's kind of what some of these pipe parts look like. They are similar, very similar, but not quite the same. Okay, this one's done. We're gonna combine it and put it in here. All right, and it all clicked together. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna start putting on the last pieces. So we're gonna bridge some with these longer pieces, it looks like. And I have to move these pipings out of the way so we can put that piece down. That's one thing that they showed in the Master Builders thing on Fox is, I mean, like putting flat pieces across to join things together is all good, but whenever you have things like this that are inside it, it really strengthens the model. Which, I mean, you kind of always know if you've done any Lego building, and especially if you've done any Technic building. Oh, we got 6 of those things. Woo. Not sure where they go. Oh, I see. Okay. So we got those clips there. And then we got 6 of these. Oops. Had it upside down. There we go. Go. Alright. Nothing goes into there yet. Nothing that I've seen. Alright. Now we're starting to put more piping on. So we gotta look and see exactly how it goes together. So we've got that one there. Aha. So this one we're gonna put in right here. It clips in there. So we got 2 of those, one on each side. Okay, that looks cool. And we got 4 of these longer ones that just go across. That doesn't just adding those to it over top of the exposed areas makes it look really cool and detailed. I don't want to connect these to anything yet. Like I said, I like to connect the pipes together like they're an actual thing, but without knowing how the rest of it goes, I don't want to do that quite yet. There we go. Alright, so those are done, and 2 smooth pieces that go across here, I guess. It's different. And 6 little tiny ones. All these little 1x1s. See, this is how pieces get added up whenever they do a Lego set. So this is 6 that are just little tiny flat pieces. But that, it looks like, is supposed to stop them, the pipings from sliding out, which they're really stiff, they shouldn't, but you never know, I guess. that one actually went on nicely. And what's next? 2 more long pieces here with... Oh, that's in... What the... we kind of swing it a little bit. So it's going to be underneath. And they sit here. And then it's got these on it, on the end, and it swings over. Oh, I see. It swings over and locks in. I gotcha. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That looks good. That works out pretty cool. Yeah, there we go. So underneath those swung over. Now flip it back over, and now we're done there. Okay, so we did those, and now we are on to, I got an extra, I gotta make sure that I didn't do anything weird, and, because I seem to have an extra one of these, but it doesn't look like it goes anywhere. It looks like I have all the pipings. I got a extra one. Nah, it looks like I have everything, so, well, if I find something later on. Oh, I have a extra little tiny one over there too, so, yeah, we'll just see. Alright. On to number 6, we are almost halfway there. I guess if when we get halfway done with this, we will be, because it's 13. So now the funny thing is too, because of the way the engines are done, there are 2 bags of 10, 9, and 10. So we have actually 15 bags, not 13. So I guess we're not halfway there yet. Not living on a prayer either. Oh, lots of little pieces again, and a couple pink ones. And we start off with those right away, it looks like. Oh, I'll show you this as I'm going. This is a not a sponsor or anything like that, but a company we saw at a local craft show that did it. It's called Sparks Fly Metalworks. But they made this pretty cool. Thought he would be fun to show there today. Ooh, that one's an interesting one. That's an interesting headlight. That one has one on headlight portion on 2 sides, that's an unusual piece. I've never seen a piece like that before. No, extra pieces are good. Lego does that all the time. Extra pieces left. Like if you're working on a car and you're putting something back together and you have extra pieces left, that's bad. But in this case with Lego, it's a good thing. They always have extra pieces in their builds, so I'm not worried about that. Now, if I didn't put something where it's supposed to go, then obviously that's a problem. But from what I can tell, that's not the case. I put everything where it should be. Okay, 2 of those. That's an interesting little yellow piece that's there that just gets covered right up. And 2 little smooth pieces here. And 1 long. That's it for that. Okay, a little bit of assembly here. It's funny seeing pieces that I saw from my previous build and how they're used differently. Like they have these, whoops, that could have been bad. They have these hinge pieces that are on the side that were actually used to make the feet of the lions, and here they're obviously used differently. Alright, so it says only do it once. I know I'm going to have to do it on the other side, but right now it only says do it once, so... Alright, unless they're going to put something different on that side. Guess we'll find out. Alright, lots of these interesting little pieces. That doesn't work. Oh, that's a regular one, okay. 2 of those. Good thing I checked where those are going, because those would be really difficult to get off if I put them in the wrong spot. The thicker bricks, the ones that are 3 high, that are normal, regular sized bricks, not so difficult to get off. But whenever you're doing smooth pieces and you have to remove them, especially if there's no way to grip them on top, that's what this thing's for. This thing is the tool that Lego gives you, and it's supposed to be able to, you're supposed to be able to pry things off if you screw something up or push them out. But if it's a smooth piece, that's almost impossible, especially with a new set. With worn pieces, that's different, but that would be very difficult to do. So definitely don't want to mess up with a little tiny piece. All right, we're putting something interesting on here. It's a weird little disc piece. So it goes, it goes here. That's different. That goes upside down on it. Well, that just looks cool. It's just a little little disc thing that, you know, is on the Y-Wing that you know, how would you make that with Lego? Well, there you go. Figured out a way. Alright, I think these are all the same size, yeah. So I need these 2 to go right there. More piping. Hey, little kitty. Alright, this is the weird piece. This is like a double headlight. So it's got a headlight there and a headlight there. Not something you normally see. And it's got these smooth pieces that are going onto it. Looks like Pixie is not interested in helping anymore. So these go there. Oh, I see. They're surrounding this little circle thing. Okay. And we have one more that's going to be done the same way. Alright, got those all done. And got this weird thing. So we've got a little poking thing. I'm not sure what that is. Alright. I think I turned my camera a little bit. There we go. Okay. Little pokey thing there. And then 2 other little pieces. So I can tell already that things are, I mean, we're already over 2 hours long. Star Wars is over. We're starting Empire Strikes Back. And this is definitely, all these little pieces, it's taken time. And that is weird. So I built this little thing, and then it goes upside down here. That's interesting. All right. So those 2 get covered. So that's those. I think I put everything on there I need to. Yep, looks like it. Alright, we got one of these, another funny looking wheel thing. And there it is. So these wheel things actually kind of look cool. They look like little gears even though they don't do anything. Alright, that's it for that page. Alright, this one is another funny headlight because it's a headlight on one side and then completely opposite it's another headlight. So it's on both sides instead of being on a corner, which also weird. Little armature that goes in there. And a little tiny piece that goes on top. That is really cool how that goes together. And then it's got a little, it's not really a gun turret, but it looks kind of like little gun. And it goes that way. Huh, okay. So that kind of combines in with the little wheel thing. That's cool. It's funny whenever they have some of these pieces, the way they have to extrude them, because it's all plastic. Some of the smaller pieces, they are on not a grid, but that type of a thing, because they do a bunch of them all at once. And because of that, they have a hole sometimes in them, so I want to make sure that I put the hole where you can't see it, because otherwise that would just look silly. Alright. Yeah, that goes right in there, and they hold that wheel in place, kinda. That's kinda cool. Alright. Two flat gray pieces is all this step is. And there's, aha, it goes right here to keep these all together. There we go. So that's getting there. And there's the little wheel thing. That's not going to do anything. It's just kind of the look of it. Alright, so 4 of these and 1 thin one. Okay. Just some flat pieces to kind of bring things together. There we go. Alright. And now we've got... Whoops. Don't want to do that. That there. Alright, we're starting to close up the back end, so this part is almost done. We still have a lot of little pieces, but this part is almost done. Alright, so that locks that in. And 2 weird, funny looking things. Oh, I see. These are just some kind of weird little thing. And it goes in the middle, facing outward. Doesn't do much more than that. They just kind of hang in there. Okay. Up, 2 nice big pieces right there. And 1 more of these little pieces, little flat slants. There we go. Now we're going to put 1 more of these goofy little things on. And a little wrench. goes upside down into this thing. Yep. Looks like it should go down further than that. I mean, that's the pieces that it goes on, but I don't know. It's just kind of sticking up there. Ah, it does go further in. Okay, yeah, I just thought it just sat there, but nope, it goes further in. All right, now we're on the other side, and now we're going to do that second step that I thought we were going to do, but they never got to yet. So I know Lego always. Again, the Lego is just amazing with its pieces and what they do. Hello. So Pixie's coming up here and looks like she's gonna take a nap. So that hi. Kitty is helping out here. Looks like. I'm sure there's one. Hey, you know better. Actually, you probably don't, but that's all right. Come on. All right, so this is going to be interesting. So we got these weird, cool little doohickeys. Putting them together. Whoops. And some other armatures. They're all going to go together. And oh, these ones are actually guns. They're actually little guns that people use, but they're used for this. And more armatures, little arms that go in. So we're doing some kind of little structure thing here. Not the sturdiest. Alright, so there we go. Where does it go? Oh. So it goes on the back here. Oh, this is cool. So it goes back here. And just kind of sits there. Okay. Cool. So I gotta do that again. Happy Kitty is watching. I wanted to see if I could lift it up a little bit, but nope, not able to, because then you'll just lose everything I'm doing. So that's alright. But she's there. She's watching. She's very sad that we can't watch Star Wars. Well, actually, no. Empire Strikes Back. What are we at? 2:14, yeah. Empire Strikes Back. Luke is getting lost in the snow by getting trashed by the Wampa. Han is looking for him. Chewie is sad because they're both lost in the snow. So, yeah. Alright, that looks cool. Alright, underneath. Ah, we're doing landing gear, it looks like. Yep. So, armature. This little plus thing. Two little. I haven't seen these in forever. They're little skis, essentially. I mean, like the Lego people can use them. It's like a little. It's like a little ski. But they use these for landing gear a lot. Alright, there we go. And that's gonna go right here. Aha! So they made it so that it fully... So there's the landing gear for the front. And they made it so it goes all the way down in, so when it flies. So that's pretty cool. That's a good way to do it. Alright. Surprised they didn't put it together though. Like they didn't combine it so that they all moved at the same time. But, you know, this is the way they did it. Make sure it's straight, because that bothers me if it doesn't. And now we're finishing up this last little bit here. Not sure what this is. It's surrounding this, whatever that's going to be. Yep, still going. That's good. Nothing outlasts the Energizer. No. Alright. That looks cool. I like how that comes together. Alright, almost there with this. Not sure what that is that it's surrounding, but these two things surround it, and I don't know. I don't know what's there. Oh, yeah. Two more of those. That goes in there. Put it on the wrong one. And then one little disc thing that I'm not sure why that's there. Interesting. This is the original bomber for the Rebel Alliance, so for 10 bombs that they have come out of there, I don't know. So, all right, looking good. All right, we are done with that. Now we're going to start doing some of the fun stuff, the colorful stuff. That's going to be interesting because I'm going to have cockpit things to do and stickers, decals. Not fun. All right, that's a lot of little pieces extra, but hey, you know, I do want to look at one thing. I see on this side there's a pipe. I'm just making sure they didn't do it on this side too. Doesn't look like they did. Not every side is mirrored. Nope, they did not. Okay, good. Just checking. All right. Extra pieces over here. Cat looks on in disinterest, and there we go. So this is the essential body of the Y-Wing. Done. Now on to part number 7, which is the cockpit. And they actually have, I mean, this is, I guess you can say it's probably a little bit bigger size-wise than Lego person size, but Lego people are able to fit into it just fine. I mean, it is bigger, so they should, but it's not, I mean, they have other sets that are like more Lego people size, which I think are actually a little bit too small, so I think that's somewhere in the middle. But this is, I don't want to lose those. Alright, lots of little pieces here, and some really big ones, so let's see. Sorry if you're hearing the same music. It eventually does repeat because I only have so much. Apologies. I am working on more music, so so stay tuned. Not today. I won't be doing more music today. I actually just bought a new set of loops for those that don't know, loops are repeating sounds or groups of sounds that are repeatable and are when they're called true loops, they're ones that like you can play and it's seamless. It doesn't sound like there is a gap or that it has repeated. It just can keep going and going, and it sounds fine. So that's what I primarily deal with when it comes to making music. So I just bought a whole bunch. Company that I get a lot of loops from had a smashing deal. Actually, for Maythefourth, they were releasing it was a new sci-fi one called Tesseract, and I was like, hey, I need to get this because it sounded fantastic. It was designed for making movie trailers and things like that, so definitely had to get it. Oh, we got our first weird, I've never seen a glowy orange piece before, so that's kind of cool. It's odd that it's in the cockpit as opposed to like outside, like being lights or something, but hey, you know, who am I to judge? Okay. We got a couple little ones here on the end. So in Empire Strikes Back, there's a funny scene. Well, it's not supposed to be funny, but there's a part. I already said about the asteroids that are, you know, there's two of them that are different. There's one that's a potato and there's one that's a shoe. There is a scene where Luke is fighting Darth Vader. That's more towards the end of Empire, and they're fighting on the carbonization chamber, and fighting with their lightsabers, and Luke makes Vader fall off the platform. So Luke kind of stops and turns off his lightsaber and looks around for him, and then jumps down as well. Well, it's funny, I can't remember if it's in the version that I was showing or not, but it's funny because there is a point where, and looks like the sun has come out, it's kind of bright. There's a point where Luke jumps down to follow, and if the camera is on him just enough in that angle, and you almost miss it, but if you look in the lower left of the screen, and have the volume up, you'll hear a little dunk, like a little doing sound, and it's him landing on a trampoline, and the camera doesn't cut away. Now again, this version that I was showing, I don't know if it has it or not, but you see the top, just the top of his head, just like right about here, back into the frame before it switches to the next one. Hilarious to see. And I'm sure they have clips somewhere on YouTube of those kind of things. But yeah, it's just funny because it's just, if you don't know where to look, kind of like the stormtrooper getting his head stuck on the not raised up enough door, or I guess not raised up is incorrect because all the other ones duck. They know about it. He just forgets. So, but yeah, I love movies that have those kind of things. They don't, I mean, like, you know, they don't try so absolutely hard that it's like, oh, you know, you miss out on things like that. Alright, this is weird. We got some more orange pieces that we're putting in just at seemingly random spots. I know they're not random, but everything is so very purposefully done when it comes to Legos. So those two little weird doohickeys are done. My cat's looking at me like, oh, why aren't you petting me? It's because cats do that sort of thing. They say, why aren't you paying attention to me when you should be, right? And, oh, that one's another one of those. Interesting. Okay. 3 of those. 2 more orange bricks. We are at step 150. I don't know how many there are. Alright, this is the fun parts, because this is where we get some of these bendy pieces that help make the front, because the front actually comes in, so it'll be neat to see how these all go together. That is not right. I need... wait, no. Started off wrong. Now I need another 6. There's 6x1s and 8x1s, so I gotta make sure I get the right one. This, I know this is a gold squadron, but it's funny because it's got some blue in it. Not really blue, I guess. It's like a bluish. I guess it's kind of gray. My eyes are deceiving me. No, it's definitely blue. It does look kind of like a bluish gray. It's not a dark blue like a lot of Lego blue is. And a weird armature. I think that's gonna, it's like a wrench. Probably gonna grip onto something else. This little arm thing. Oh, yep, it's gonna grip onto these things in the middle. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I like when a plan comes together. Name that show. Quick, name it. What show is that from? They came out with a movie related to it not too long ago. The show itself it's an older show. Alright, this is exactly opposite of the one we just did. Doesn't look like there's any changes. No answers, 18. That was something that I want to say Murdoch, and it's not no, it is Murdoch, I think. He always said, love it when a plan comes together. Alright, the other armature goes on there. Not sure how far down or up it's supposed to go. I'm trying to do it in the middle a little bit because it's not exact. But at some point I'm sure I'll have a guide of some kind that lets me know. I guess those are kind of landing lights, the orange ones down there. Interesting. I did not know that's how it was going to come together, so I like that. Unexpected. Alright, more blue. See, those are really dark blue. And then that's more of a grayish blue. It's not even really a light blue. That's that's light blue, I guess. Alright, those are done. Now I'm back up towards there. We've got some white. So it looks like this is only going to be part of the cockpit, and then wherever 8 is. Because I'm on bag 7. Wherever bag 8 is, 8 is going to be the rest of the cockpit, I think. Alright, I can do those kind of pieces all day. They're just easy to go on. Alright, now we're going to set this down and do a little bit more complicated with we got a gear. And it's really, I gotta make sure I'm doing this the right way. Nope. Anytime you do a gear with, I'm sure this is for the gun turret on top, but anytime you do a gear, you gotta make sure it goes the right way, otherwise it's not gonna go together right. Alright, there we go. Set that down, do this next part. I'm planning on, after I do this, eventually sometime this week, I'm going to take the video, download it, because I'm not recording it right now, download it, and then put it on, do the fast version of this build. Does that go in between? Yeah. So in other words, I'll speed it up to like, I don't know how many times, 5 or 6 times or whatever. Okay, that spins good. Alrighty, some decal. Oh, those are ugly decals. They're gonna be little, very little. So these will not be fun. That's right. Alright, wish me luck on this, because these are not going to be easy. Okay, so it's these 2 gray pieces, and I got to put little tiny decals on them. Alright. Oy, those are not cool. Well, let's give it a shot. This is why I like having them be pieces that have it already on. Nope, 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 nope. Needs to be over a little bit more. Yeah, that's pretty good. Exact same thing on this one. This is what I don't like taking time to do. Oh, that came on pretty good. I don't like taking time to do the decals on a build because it's, I don't know, it just takes away from building, I think. I understand they have to do that for some things, but it's just such a pain. And 1 block. There we go. Yeah, looks like that's for the gun turret right there. More orange piece. I think that's all of them for this one. Okay. Oi, and now we've got little. I've never even seen these before. Let me put it on one. So it's a little orange dot. So not only have I not seen like the orange pieces like this, definitely not seen a dot that's like that. That's kind of cool. Whoops. Of course, I'm putting it in the wrong spot. Okay, everything looks like it's come together there. Have this odd thing that we're gonna put in the front. Oh, I know what this is. This goes where the guns go in the front. Two more of these. I do see the shafts for the guns, so we are definitely going to put those in there. Looks like everything there. Yep, here come the gun turrets. So... these guns, I have to admit, look pretty cool. Like when you see them in the final battle, you don't see them as much in Return of the Jedi, but when you see them in the final battle for Star Wars itself, the guns look pretty cool. It's only one? Yep. Make sure I did that right. Pretty sure I did. That. The way they figure out what little pieces make the guns, how they go together and stuff, so that they fit right and they look right. Pretty cool. But yeah, you get a close-up of the Y-Wing and X-Wings in that final battle in Star Wars, and here we go. See? Gun turrets. Oh, that's it. Okay, so we'll fill out the rest of the cockpit in the next part. Then we'll actually put it onto the full model. Now, I see. So if you look, extra pieces. If you look, so it's got the shaft here, and the gear rotates. So this is going to go in to here, right up here, and there's already a gear. Let's see if I can get it up there. There's already a gear inside here that's right there. So they're going to come together, and then there's going to be a twisty thing of some kind so you can rotate the guns around. So that's kind of cool. Alright, so now I need 8. There it is. Oh, stretch. My turner's just falling over. 8 is a big bag. But it's going to have big pieces because it's the canopy and enclosure and that sort of thing. So, right. Let's take the bags for 7 away. And we'll move on to 8. That's the top turrets right there. The Y-Wing is unique in that it has 2 sets of guns. Because it was the Rebel Alliance's first bomber, so it has the main laser turrets, which are what these ones are right here. The front ones are the main laser turrets, and then on top of the cockpit, which has some maneuverability because it does rotate. Part of that is to allow the cockpit to open, but you also can have a second gunner in the Y-Wings sometimes. Not the astromech, but you can actually have a 2-seater Y-Wing. But the top turret is actually the ion cannon, and that's how they either disable other ships or get away quicker, because it's not a very fast vehicle. It really isn't. So, but it also carries a lot of proton torpedoes. So this time, this little thing is actually going to be a control stick that we're going to put in here. That's funny. I like how those look. Alright, now we're going to put some solid pieces on this bad boy. Now it's starting to look like something. Look at that. Another decal. I knew this one was coming though, because I saw the, yeah, it's on that weird looking thing. I saw this when I was getting the other decal. It's an odd little triangle, so I gotta try to stick it on there good. It's gotta be angled right. Almost, no. No. That'll be good. That'll work. I was able to push it up while it was on there a little bit. Alright, more big pieces. I recognize these pieces from airplanes we used to do. The whole town series of Lego City. It wasn't called that actually at first. No, that one's too big. It was just town. It didn't really, like, now they have categories for the Legos, so Lego City is one of them. But it was just, you know, town. You knew it was town stuff. And they had airplanes that used a lot of these kind of pieces that were just really neat. Alright, getting the color now. Y-Wings typically, and in the original Star Wars, they are Gold Squadron. And that is keeping true here with the one that we're building here. There are other squadrons, but Gold Squadron is kind of the, I hate to say it this way, but the gold standard. I know that was not that funny. And I think okay, yeah, I have to put it up here. There we go. Okay, that makes more sense. Alright. Now in the movies, the cockpit also opens. This one's different. Like the X-Wing, it opens this way. On here, it opens sideways. So I'm curious to see if they did that in this. Okay, so we got the gold pieces. Now we got 4 decals to put on. Ugh. I love Legos, but I do not like decals. So I'm gonna try to put them on and make them look right. Now these ones, that's weird. They don't. Did I grab the wrong ones? 2 and 3. Yeah, I did. I was gonna say they didn't seem like they were long enough. And that's why. Gotta pay attention. Ooh, that one went on pretty good. Could be down a little further, but I think it's alright. And I think it's close enough to the center that it won't look goofy. Oh, there we go. Those turned out pretty good. Alright. 2 more. So 5 goes over here. Now I understand here why they're doing this, because they want the colors to kind of blend in. That works. Try to make them as even as possible, and I know it's not going to be perfect. But I could just leave them off, and I know some people that when they build Legos they do that. They leave them off because, again, the stickers aren't, they're not necessarily considered like an absolute part of the build necessarily. They don't have to be on. I figure it, if it's going to be complete, it's going to be complete. So that's how we're going to complete it. So, alright, looks like we're going to go underneath and shore up the bottom there. Hey, thanks for sticking around, guys. Whoever's on there, give a shout out, say hello. I'll show my kitty sleeping real quick. She's really impressed with the build that's going on. She's my buddy though. She likes to come in and, like, this is where I work too. Because we're doing you know, social distancing. Everyone's working from home if they can, etc. So this is where I work from home, and so she's only a year old, and her thought is, well, hey, if you're home, you should be able to play. Still there, thanks. But her thought is, hey, you're home, you should be able to play. And I can't, obviously, because I'm working. And so she gets a little irritated sometimes. There we go. Alright. Some more solid pieces. I like putting the solid pieces on. Makes me feel like I'm getting a lot done. Because it's filling out. I mean, all the pieces eventually fill out, but... Ooh, that's interesting that it's upside down like that. That's why they did it that way. Lego always has a reason. Oh, I see why. Because they're going to make it easier to cover over all of this with pieces that go like this, and they're going to encapsulate these so it's nice and smooth and they're not running into each other. That is smart. I applaud Lego for being intelligent like that. They know what they're doing. That one is too big. Sorry, that one was huge compared to the other one. Alright. I don't mind some of these flatter pieces simply because they're going and supporting some of these other bigger ones, so it's not so bad. And it looks better this way because you can see all the pieces coming together. And one little white flat piece. Two little hooks sticking up. So once we do this, once we're finished with this, then it'll be the two engines and then the platform it sits on, and we'll be done. Whoops. Alright, so this goes on right there. Ah, look at that. It's all covered now. Looks good. That is interesting how they did that. Okay, so now we've got 4 little arms that they're putting in this thing. I know they have a reason, but it just seems odd whenever I see something like that. Now that goes on here. Okay, make sure I didn't knock anything off. Okay, we just leave that alone. Flip back over. All right. So we've got these two. Whoops. These two back things. And one more, repeating on the other side. Oh, that's not supposed to be stuck to that. All right. So now we're building up the back end. We're going to end up doing the cockpit next, and then we're going to finalize with the turret on top. So there. I always say this whenever I'm building, but I really like seeing how things come together, you know? I mean, like, just when you first see it, I mean, like, it's a bunch of pieces. Oh, cool, they have little window pieces. That's nice. That's gonna go well with that. Looks like it hinges up. Oh, well. Not 100% accurate in my book, but pretty darn close. Unless they do something cool that I'm not noticing. And I put that in the wrong spot because I'm not paying attention. So these go over top and bend down. So that looks neat. That I think is one of the funnest things about whenever they do these builds, because you know they were using for all the Y-Wings, the X-Wings, the Death Star, all the ships, they were using model pieces and stuff. So this is a modeling, you know, Legos are a modeling type thing, but you know their pieces aren't going to be the same as what you had for a battleship set. So like, how do you get more decals? How do you get the pieces to look right? And so how they do different things to make them work is pretty cool. Okay, so all right, last few decals, not quite, but getting there. All right, so that's 8 is here. Oh, this is not going to be fun. This is along this part here. Well, that wasn't so bad. I started to get a wrinkle in it, but I was able to save it. Here we go. Not bad. Even if I can do it right, still not a fan of the decals. 6 goes right up there. Now 6 I hope is fine because I'd already taken it out, so now my finger's stuck to it. Yeah, that one came out pretty good. Hopefully it stays, because that's like I said, I had already unstuck it, so to speak. So incidentally, the music you're hearing right now is actually music that we used in our latest video game my brother and I did. It's not released quite yet. It's still under review. I think something specific crashed in a certain iPad that was using Wi-Fi, so we have to wait for it to finish. All right, so we're going to put this together now, it looks like. We're putting... All right, here we go. Oh, that is a lot of pieces to stick together. There we go. All right. There we go. Looking more like a Y-Wing. So now I'm going to actually put the landing gear up because it gets in the way right now since I don't have the other landing gear yet. Looking pretty good. It's feeling hefty already, which is cool. Oops. Don't want to rock the boat that much. Alright, these are non-shiny pieces. They designate whether it's a shiny little piece or regular by putting a little like I guess a shine mark or something to make it look like it's sparkly or whatever. Alright, so this goes together like that, and they want you to put that piece right there. So that's another way that they just join things together. That's alright, and now flipping back over, it looks like we're doing the gun turret next. The game, incidentally, that we have is a zombie game. You're running through a store, collecting supplies. The zombies coming after you. They look like normal people until they get close to you. Then they start turning into zombies and growling at you and stuff. So zombies, though, have a weakness. They love brains, and these ones particularly love brains. And if you grab a brain off the floor, then they get sad and run away for a little bit. Then they come back because you obviously have brains, but the ones on the floor, they can smell more. So, all right, another gear piece. So let's stick that through, and that's gonna go on top here. Hopefully it spins. Oh, I see both gears turning. So if we look, yeah, it's kind of hard to see. There you go. You can see it better now. Both are turning, so very good. It's what we want. Sometimes you have to adjust those things in order to make them work. And I missed a thing now that I'm looking. Bye, Pixie. Oh, I missed the seat. Yes, I did. The seat goes in here. It's not really a seat. It's just a thing that kind of makes a back for a seat. There are actual seats that the Lego people use. They just sit in, but this one does not use that. So I need 4 of these. Put them together. Now we're going to build it back here, get the cockpit on there and everything. And I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. I talked about it and thought about it, and the sneeze decided to go away. So, go me. This is interesting. You don't normally see this. The headlights are used for a hinge. Doesn't happen very often. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. So this, what I'm making here, is the targeting computer that they use in Star Wars when they're trying to take out the first Death Star. So what he does is he has a little, he says, switch to targeting computer, and the thing pops down and there's a little screen on there so he can see what's coming up. And yeah, that is cool. I didn't think they would have that in there, but they do. That just makes my day. And there we go. Having a little trouble getting the seat past the armature, but there we go. That is cool. I like that. It's those little fine details that make Lego sets as awesome as they are. Okay, we're going to start putting on these little clear pieces. And fitting on really, really nicely. Again, it makes me sad that they don't have it opening sideways like it does in the movie, but you know, not absolutely everything is going to be perfect, but that's all right. Before I put that on, I want to make sure that I have all the support. No, it looks like I'm... Aha! Always double check. That goes there first. Then that goes on. There we go. Alright, perfect. Little venting thing. Alright, bunch of smooth pieces to help finish it out. Alright, and one more little flat piece right there. Now we're putting on the gun turret thing itself. There we go. And the cockpit has a decal. What the heck? Oh, it's got two decals because they have to make it look more like a Y-Wing cockpit. So 11 goes on this side. Ooh, that's weird. So it's not a solid decal, it's an actual T. Well, that went on pretty good. I don't know why you would have a cockpit be covered like that, because you'd want to see everything as much as you could. Hello again, Pixie. How are you? Checking everything out, huh? No, 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 you can't have that. Alright, cockpit goes on there. Now the gun turret, which there isn't too much to it. Oh, whoops. Speaking of paying attention. I gotta go back here. How far did I go? Little flaps that go on. Missed those. 4 of them. Okay, so I was wondering what these were for. It's 2 on each side. It's okay to go back as long as I get all the pieces, right? Alright. I thought it looked funny that we had that. Alright, so both of these should be another one. Probably got kicked around when the cat came by. Here it is. And the gun turrets look really cool too. And they say that fits on there, but I don't... I don't see it really pushing on there very well. That one did. This one does not seem to be. See if I can push it in a little bit better. Nah, it's gonna be too big. That first one fit through. It's just odd that this one is not. It's just stuck there. Trying to figure out how I can get that in there better. So this is something you should not do with Legos. There we go. That worked. It just did not want to go, so I made sure it did. Alright, so there we go. Gun turret on. We are done. We are on to the engines now. Fantastic. Look at that. That is looking pretty sweet. Yeah, that's looking good. Alright. And I missed these two pieces. Pixie is not impressed with me. She's like, huh, you're boring. Alright, so because of that, now they do different sides to, if we look here, we have 9, 10, 11, 12. I have two 10s, so probably the back here is going to be the same. 9, the innards are going to be the same, and then the outsides of the, whoops, here. So the engines, we're doing 9, we're doing this part here, the innards, and then so we have two 9s, so we do it twice, so I'm going to do them at the same time. 10 we have at the same time, which means it's probably the back. And then 11 and 12 are going to be the two different sides here, so since I have two 9s and two 10s, I'm going to do them at the same time. So let's move this guy up here. We have two sets of bags open, but I want to keep them separated just a little bit. Get rid of bag 8. Here's some big pieces here. Okay, see you later. Have fun. Pixie's looking like, what the heck are you doing? And we got some glowy pieces here. A lot of big pieces, which I like. Those look good. Alright, so here we go. Alright, so now we're going to start building. And we put some weird intersection things in here. I know it's all to hold everything together, but it's kind of funny putting these in now. But, again, because we're doing this, I'm going to do that. And I'll do this side too. Now, it's interesting because whenever you're doing something like this, like I said, when you're doing it 2 times and it's exactly the same, I like to do them at the same time. But not only that, in case I miss something the first time, I'll probably get it the second time. Probably being the operative word. Alright. Boy, that's a lot of pieces. So there's that. Oh, and all these little tiny pieces. That's not fun. Little tiny pieces and I don't get along. But you gotta put them on anyway, so there we go. Alright. Same on this side. It looks like there will be another time because we got another one of those, so it looks like we'll be doing that again too. So fun, fun. Things with 1x1s is because there's just a little bit of tolerance with Lego pieces. Putting 1x1s on, it's really hard to get them straight. They don't snap exactly 100%. And this one especially because it's got curves on the ends, so it definitely doesn't snap 100%. Alright, I don't look forward to doing that again. Okay, snapping a piece on. And a little ring. brownish orange ring. Alright. Alright, next step. Ooh, those are cool because they're all ridged and everything. Oh, they feel cool. Okay. Same thing on this side. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Right? Right. And another 4 times, so on both. So that's going to be 8 times total. And it's funny how they build these up. I've talked about this in my other builds where you build up and the innards, a lot of times they make them different colors so that you can make sure that you don't miss in a step like what you're doing, because when they got things that look all the same, it's really easy to miss stuff. Really easy. And for those, actually, well, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Oh, that one doesn't want to go on. There we go. All right. So, blue to black. Blue to black. Now we got blue, green, which you will never see whenever it's all together. Blue, green, and 2 yellow. Alright. 4 headlights. Which means a total of 8. Again, not a fan of the little tiny pieces, but this actually isn't too bad. These headlights, there's 2 different types of headlights actually. One that's kind of recessed, and the little 1 brick fits into it, and that makes it so that the 1 brick kind of snaps in and is straight. There's another kind that is not recessed and it's flat, and so they can just kind of spin whenever you're putting it on and not be straight. Alright, those are done. Headlights. Make sure you put headlight fluid on or in. Just kidding. No headlight fluid. Headlight fluid is no such thing. Alright, 4 more of these. Okay. And same thing. 2 greens, a blue, and 2 yellows. And this time the blue goes on top instead of being along the side. Two yellows, the other green, and a blue. And 4 more headlights per one. Whoops, where'd that go? I heard it. I'm not sure where it went. Well, I kind of need that piece. I'll find it whenever I move stuff around. I kind of need to. Oh, there it is. I thought I heard the metal. And 4 headlights for this side too, again. That would have been a not so fun thing to lose. In my room it would have been hard to find. The way I have the carpet and everything. Ah, and another one. Okay, so I think this is the last one that we do. Another blue, 2 greens, and 2 yellows. You can tell though by the pieces that, like, you know, yellows are the full circle, these ones are the plus, so they also color coordinate in the sense that the pieces are different in such a way that, you know, they each have their own purpose, not just the coloring, but they're different types of pieces. And 4 more of these. No, just 2. Just 2 on each one. We're getting down. I mean, these are bigger pieces, at least for the most part, so these are going to be easy to put together. What are we at? We're at 317. So Empire Strikes Back is halfway over. A little bit more than half over. And let's see, where would we be at halfway? Halfway, probably through the going through the asteroid belt, or been through the asteroid belt. Luke is busy training on Dagobah. Probably by now he's encountered the scary cave. Ooh, we're starting to put the front end pieces of the nacelles together. So before I turn the page, I'm going to finish up this one and do the same thing. There we go. 2 yellows. Now these parts you'll see outside. Oops, I used 1 from each. Go. So you'll see these outside parts whenever this is all together, but the inner parts that are colored you will not see. And 4 of these. Nope, that's for the other one. 4 of these. Those on. Okay. I guess as they have to be lined up, the holes do. Now it's interesting, it shows it like that. So we'll see what happens. Alright, these are going to be the back nozzles of the engines. 2. These 2 bags are going pretty quick just because of the way that they're created and the fact that they're just giant pieces. I mean, it's just the nature of it, which is good because I've dealt with a lot of little pieces already. Alright, these are cool. Little nozzles. Alright, now we gotta do the innards for the nozzle. So we got a little glowy piece that actually looks like it's an engine. It's like a little pink glow. Okay, so it wants us to do this way and cap it off with one of these. And then, okay, and then put that on. Okay, so the engine's back there. And we'll do the same thing over here. goes in that way. Black piece comes in here. There we go. Okay. And that piece goes on there. It's a funny looking little piece. And now this little trampoline looking thing goes on. That. And that made that easy. I mean, make sure that's all pushed in the way it should be. Okay. And then these go on the bottom. Those are not very sturdy that way. But there we go. Alright, so those parts are done right there. So now we're on to double 10. Now those are going to be the parts that stick out. You can see on the instructions, it's the long parts here. So again, big giant wagon wheel. So again, oh geez, this is going to be fun. A lot of little ribs and everything. Let's get rid of bags 9. And move on to both bag 10s. Now this is going to be some doing because these are little pieces. These are all ribs and stuff, and there's a lot of them. And lots of little tiny pieces. Ooh, that could have been catastrophic. So I think at this point in the movie in Empire, Luke's probably making it to, or heading off, or talking to Obi-Wan about going to Cloud City. So we got these. Oh, we gotta do a bunch of these. So these weird little vein things, and we gotta put a wrench in each of them. A little tiny wrench, so that they can clip on over on the clip onto this, which looks cool, but that's gonna be fun. So 7 more total. So another wrench, another little piece. Alright, 6 more to go. Let's count it down. 5 more to go. Last one for this one. Some of these just don't want to go through. There we go. They are new pieces, but alright, there we go. That one's done. Not done, but it's got the armatures through it and the veins on it. So 4 more to do. Some of these just don't. They're just stiff. Okay, 3 more. Go. 2 more. It's these little detail parts that take the most time. 1 more to do. They definitely add character to the to the build, and they make it look more authentic, but man, are they a pain. Alright, where's the last little rib? And there it is. Okay, and now the last little armature. It's hiding in another piece. There we go. Alright. Whew, that was ugly. Alright, so those ones are done. Alright, now we gotta do this 4 times. So we got a long piece, a joiner, and a flat one, and another little weird piece. Something that goes in there. Oh, black. Okay. So we're doing this. What's that going into? Goes into the first one, yes. Alright, so these all have to line up because the veins are going to go through here and then, you know, further through. So I'm going to do that. I did this one. Yeah, doesn't matter. They're all getting the same thing. All getting the same eventually. Okay. There are shorter ones though. I gotta watch out for that too. That is not great. There we go. Alright. 2 done. 2 done. More to go. Okay, they're not going to get straight until we have all the other pieces all together. Alright, there we go. Alright, 4 done. Looks kind of funny. It's alright. It'll all make sense whenever it's together. I'm just making sure it's the right length. Alright, and then the shorter ones are going to go through. The nice thing is, like, I can take and compare which one's the right length, and that one's the shorter one, so. And that black one had a piece in it. Okay. That is a longer one. Okay, good. Should probably have twice as many long ones as we do short ones. I'm guessing that's what's going to be. In any case, there's a lot of them. One more for this one, at least for the moment. Currently, this is my longest build to date. I mean, we're still going, and it is 3.5 hours. So, all right. So now we get these slightly shorter ones. And these go through. Okay. There's one. These are a lot easier to do. Got to make all those even, because otherwise it'll mess up whenever you're putting the ends on. Nope. Because the back end will be all floppy and stuff. We're gonna have to make sure that it's solid. Alright, one last, there it is. One last little gear shaft, and then we put that, whoop. There we go. It's interesting we're doing this part though now, and haven't covered over anything yet. It's kind of interesting. Alright, same thing here, 4 times. I hope you appreciate this Y-Wing. This is the non-fun part of the build. Just repeat, 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 repeat. But that's alright. It's alright. It's a beautiful day out. Not that I'm outside, but it is a beautiful day out from what I can see. It is May the 4th, which is a fans holiday. And it's just a nice fun day. Listen to some music. Whoop! Don't want to pull that apart. Let me fix that. I'm going to pull that out a little bit. Here we go. That's one thing you don't want to do is accidentally pull your Lego model apart like that. Alright, wagon wheel time. And so we have it sitting here, and it wants 4 of those little T-juncture things in there. So 4 of those. Alright, do the same thing over here. It does matter which way, because it doesn't want you to have the studs that are here. It wants you to have them this way, not this way with how you put these in. So it does matter for whatever reason, because they illustrate that. Okay. And now we have a little gray. Just go inside there. And now we have, oh, that's interesting. So that little piece, tiny little gear thing goes on. Ah, what a pain. Alright, there we go. So, little tiny gear. I mean, I know they need a spacer so that you can make sure that you have it all the right length, but it is not fun to have to do. My fingers are big, so it can be a little bit troublesome. Alright, one more on this one, and then we'll do the same thing to the other side. Oops. Thanks for sticking around, by the way. It's appreciated. It's been a lot of fun. Alright, so there we go. So those are there, and then I gotta put one on each end. Not sure how far down it needs to. Oh, it only goes so far. I see. Good. So it has a middle. That could be goofy. All right. Good, good, good. Okay. One done on the other tire. Two done. I will say this, I mean, there's no way around it. This part is absolutely going to be a little bit flimsy the way it is. I mean, there's 4 of these things, so it's going to sturdy it up a little bit. But just the way they sit here and everything, there's just not much to them. But not that much you can do as far as that goes. Okay. 4th one is done. I gotta get these other ends on so everything can fit together. That could have been bad. Everything can fit together, and one more piece. My 2 bags are starting to come together, but that's alright. Alright, now it all goes together. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the Y-Wing's engines are, it's probably easier to do it this way. The Y-Wing's engines are pretty long. Okay, there we go. Not sure what we're doing with them yet, so I'm just going to leave them up like that. Oh, I got to put, interesting. I have to put 4 little tiny glowy pieces, or silver pieces together. And a flat one on top. And then a little nugget, and then put that in there. Now I can't leave it like that anymore. Same thing on this side. 4 little pieces. Flat one on top. And a little nugget. Alright. What I may do, and I think this makes sense, I'm going to leave the nugget itself out. Put it right beside, because it'll just be easier for me to leave them up. Oh, and I gotta put veins on them too. Alright, well, that's okay. Where do those go? They go inside there. Oh, look at that. That's so funny. Alright, well, nugget goes back on, I guess. There's a lot that's going into the inside of the engines. Oh, those are kind of like tail fin thingies, so they go, alright. They don't quite go, that's interesting. It even says specifically in the instructions, you don't quite put it all the way in the little arm thing. And I see why, because otherwise it wouldn't fit. So if I have it like that. Interesting. Alright, well, if that's what they asked for. Okay. It's nice how they snap in there, because, again, new pieces, they tend to snap nicely, but... we go. Okay, about this time, Han is getting frozen in carbonite, I bet. And... nah, what time is it? Yeah, he's getting frozen in carbonite. And everything's being set up so that Luke gets captured. Supposedly. So, they tested on Captain Solo first. Then Luke's flying in. I mean, it's a long process, but it's kind of what happens. I am just going to put all 4 of those together, well, 3 of them now, and then put them all on, instead of keep lifting this up. That makes sense, doesn't it? Okay. There we go. Alright, here we go. Put those beside. Alright, so now 4 more times I gotta do this little thing. A little armature here. And like I said, my pieces are running into each other a little bit from the 2 different things. So armature, armature. And 1 more armature. There we go. Alright, so we got 4 and they go on the ends there. Oh, they just hold on. So they're just a little smooth part that goes right there. Nothing major to them. Except I stole 1 from the engine on the right. So I gotta put 1 on engine on the left. There we go. I will say this, building Legos this long, actually my thumbs are starting to get a little bit squishy. They're starting to hurt just a little bit. And same with anything. I mean, like I remember playing video games back whenever Nintendo was like the original Nintendo, when we first got it. And like my parents would go away for a weekend and my grandfather would watch us. Oh my word, 8 times. Whew. And we would, my brothers and I, we would play Contra and Super Mario Brothers and Gauntlet and those kind of things, and we would play them all weekend. And you could, you know, once you played so long, like your fingers would just they would just not be happy with you. I remember that feeling very well. So let's see, twist those. I'm trying to even up the these gaps here the way they're supposed to be. It doesn't have to be exact, but I'm kind of like that. All right, 2. So each one of these, there's 8 per engine, so that's 16 total. I'm doing these tiny little. Alright, so there's 4. 5. So even Lego building, I wouldn't say it necessarily could be a sport. I mean, like, it can be a competition, sure. But there is a certain amount of being able to handle looking at this stuff over and over for hours, like when you're doing something that's this big, obviously. The 2 of the Top Gear guys did it an interesting way. They had what is absolutely not vodka in a bottle, and they were both building the exact same Lego set. But what they would do is every minute or so, they would take a car question, and if you got it wrong, you had to drink a, I guess a shot of what is absolutely not vodka. And I'm going to do the rest of these too while I'm at it. And so they were, like I said, they were building the same set, but you know, they had to keep answering questions, and then they were essentially drinking something, whatever it is, and they never finished their build. I mean, they went for a little over, I think it ended up being like, they thought they were only going to go for like an hour total, but they didn't finish. And it was funny to watch too, because they're just like, they kept yelling at each other. They're like, hey, you know, where's this piece? And they're like, I don't know, you know. And yeah, it was quite funny to watch. And the one presenter on there is a big Lego guy. Like, he does Legos, and neither of them were able to, and they were small, not tiny sets, but they were just like a race car or whatever that they were putting together, and neither of them finished it, which was funny. And it ended up going like an hour and a half or something like that. And yeah, so Lego is a marathon sport sometimes. And that's the thing too, like you get little indents from the from these little tiny pieces as you're going. So, but we're getting there. We are fast approaching these parts of the engines being done. Then we'll just cover them up, and then we'll put them together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more. Of course I do. And then we'll stick them on. Lining them up best I can. There we go. Alright, that's the last one. So, now I gotta put them on here. How those go on? They clip onto the beginnings of this, so right like that. I'm doing the wrong side, but that's okay. I grab the ones from the left for the right one. Vice versa. How close together are they? They are all the way in. Right like that. There we go. That one's not going down all the way. There we go. Right like that. Okay. Do this 5 more times. Okay. 4 more times, at least on this one. Two more. And that's it. Okay, so that engine, that part of it is done. I gotta turn the, so those go right. I gotta turn the thing they're stuck to. There we go. Alright, good. We're gonna have several pieces left over, I think. Just because they give you a lot of extra. Twist that just a little bit. Trying to even things up the way it's supposed to be. Because again, I am a stickler for that. I like it to be even. And little pieces like that, whenever you twist them, you want to, it takes a lot of effort to get them to twist because they're new, but at the same time you want to, you know, you don't want to twist too far because then it'll be all out of alignment. And that's not good. No, that one's way twisted. See, that one I just pushed way too far. Oh, my little kitty's dreaming. There we go. Perfect. Yep. Twist. There we go. Alright, two nacelles done. Alright. A lot of little extra pieces on this one, and not surprising because whenever it comes to little pieces, they always give you extras, especially whenever it's a bag or two that has lots of little pieces. Alright. Getting down to the wire. We are done with bags 9 and 10. Now we're on to 11, which is finish off one of these engines. I'll put this one over here. Finish off one of these engines. The outside of it. Make it look like a full engine. Let's take bags 10 and toss them in. And these ones would be one at a time because they are opposite of each other, so. Oh, lots of smooth, flat little pieces, part of my hiccups. Alright. So while I was doing all that work, Pixie decided to take a nap. Lazy kitty. We got some more of these grippy things so that we can have more fuel lines and stuff going along them. But we're also going to have these decorative pieces so that it looks more like a engine, more like a rocket engine. I do like the silvery pieces, the little chrome pieces and stuff. They definitely add to the look of it. Okay, more slants. All over the place. Here we go. Now we got a little pipe to put on. Not quite a pipe, but get the idea. Well, this one is an actual pipe because it's flexible, but it's going to stay straight when we put it on here. Okay, that's in there good. What we got here? Alright, that's interesting looking. So that's gonna fit. Okay, like that. Does fit in there. Something's not right with that. Doesn't quite. That looks. It looks the way it should, and then I forget something. It looks not spaced quite right. Because when I gotta put that on there, the one piece gets pushed off, it seems. Because of there's a little bit of an edging here from one part. That's right, it goes on that side. There's no other side because they're done the same way. Well, let's put the rest of it, because I forgot a couple things. Shouldn't make a difference, but you never know. Lots of little pieces again. Not the pieces I want. Those pieces aren't going to matter. There's the armature. Grabby thing. Okay, so it says that goes on there. It fits on. Did I not have it high enough? I did. Oh, just fits better that way, I guess. Somehow it went on properly. Okay, all right. All right. Hopefully these will go a little bit faster. I like solid pieces. I'm sure all of you, the two of you left watching, I'm sure are pretty bored. It's all right. I appreciate the loyalty. All right, so here we go. More little pieces. All right. And that silver piece. And nope, nope, wrong piece. Nope, nope, wrong piece. There's too many flat pieces here that look the same from underneath. There we go. Okay. Alright, there's one of these, and we're almost done with this. Yep, two little ones go together. Little glowies, sparklies. Wrong one on there, I bet you I did. Yeah, that one's a regular one, so you come off. You, normal one, go on there. Didn't pay enough attention to that. Ooh, it is bright. Even though I have my shades down, the sun is still pretty bright. That last one there, and now we've got a couple top pieces here that we want to make sure are straight. Okay. And those two pieces there. One of these. This one, now the question is, which way is this facing? Okay, so it goes there, and this goes here. Well, that's interesting. Oh, okay, I see. Right. There we go. Looking good. Now we're going to do the last part, because that part is going to go connected in, and so we need the bottom part here, which is going to probably have landing gear, I would think. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Because the front, we've already done the landing gear in the front, but we haven't done it on these yet. And landing gear is important. We're at 4 hours in, and still counting. Empire is still going. It's a little bit more than 2 hours, so I think the rate at which we're doing things, though, I think we would be definitely done before the last battle of Return of the Jedi. So we would definitely accomplish our goal as far as that goes. Without being able to see it, you know, we don't know for sure. And another one. I see skis here, so we're definitely going to be putting landing gear on this part. And I see the little clippy where it probably is going to go. And one little pipe, just for the fun of it. I mean, because your landing gear needs hydraulic fluid, right? And one on each side of those, and then more little singles. Oh, these looks like they're going to be landing gear the exact same way the front was, so it totally or almost completely folds in, which is pretty nice. Most of them haven't done that in the past. Alright, so now we get to create the landing gear, little armature. Where is it? Here it is. That only goes in so far. Little skis. Big yawn from the cat. Here we go, look at that. Landing gear. It folds all the way down. That's pretty good. I like that. Alright, so now we've got this. Goes on this side. I think I'm done. Yeah. Bye, cat. Alright, there we go. This nacelle is done. So they don't want you to put it... Oh, nope, there's still more to do. Oh, I got little parts here that'll be on the bottom. So it's almost done. I misspoke. It is almost done. That's good. Nice, Lego. You fill in everything. I like that. That goes there. Another little piece here. Yeah, the sun went down a little bit. Things are a little darker. I can actually put the lights on a little bit more, but yeah, we'll see. Sun probably just went behind the cloud. Trying to put a little, there we go, lightened up. Trying to put a little 1-in-1 right there. Good. There we go. That one's 3 over. And there. I'm gonna do that twice. Okay. Nope, nope, 2, not far enough. Alright, oh that's cool. So it's still got the slants around it, leading up to the part that connects in, into the rest of the ship, so that's really cool. They didn't just leave it and be like, ah, you know, it's fine. So this has go. And that goes here. So if you look, now that encompasses, and that's where the connectors are. So we are going to, since the landing gear is right here, make sure that's solid and a little bit off. There we go. That's going to go on this side, and we're going to shove it in there. Ah, look at that. That's brilliant, as they would say over in Britain. Alright. Wow, that's pretty cool. Now I got a bunch of extra pieces. And we'll do the other side. So, interesting that in the last engine portion, they've got the pilot and the droid, but hey, whatever works. So this looks like gold leader. Little helmet, here we go. I don't think he has a visor, no, it's built into him. And he's got a little blaster though, if I can find it. Oh, there's the droid. His little R2 unit. No, his head does not move. But there we go. And he's got a little blaster, like I said. It's probably in the other bag. Yep, there it is. Yep. Now, usually they make it so that you can actually go into the cockpit with the guy having his blaster. So there you go. Gold leader. We'll set him up over there. Droid over there. Bag 11. Into the record books. On to bag 12. Pretty much doing the exact same thing we just did. For this side. Only opposite, so can't say ×2 because it's not the same. But it will be, just opposite. Coming down to the wire. So right about now, a little bit after 2 hours of the movie, Empire would be finished. And they'd be doing the credits. Public credits. No. They'd be doing the credits, and then Return of the Jedi would start, and that one is even just a little bit longer even. I think it's like 2 hours and like 14 minutes or something like that. Possibly wrong, but definitely longer than 2 hours. And Return of the Jedi is actually my favorite out of the original 3 trilogy. Actually, out of all of them, I have to say, I mean, everyone has their own taste differences and such, but Return of the Jedi, I don't know. It just, I like it because, I mean, as part of the 501st, bad guys doing good is what they do. So I mean, like, I have a affinity for the bad guys. I mean, I have a Darth Vader costume and stuff, but there's just something about the good guys winning whenever it seems like there is no hope, and you know, everything looked like it was, you know, they were done for. They weren't gonna win, and you get help in the most unlikely of places, and like the Ewoks, and just, you know, the spirit of, hey, you know, we're gonna do everything we can to win, you know, despite the odds. And, you know, as Han Solo always says, never tell me the odds. Even though that was in the asteroid field with the potato and the tennis shoe. But yeah, Return of the Jedi ends up being my favorite, just because I think Vader, who's also, you know, he's, even though the Emperor is worse off, so to speak, than Vader is overall, Vader's been the villain throughout, you know, the entire trilogy, and to see how evil he can be, so to speak. I mean, like in Empire, you see him just be, he just hates everything, and yet he can be, you know, he can be redeemed. I think is an awesome theme, and just really cool how they do it. I'm sliding those even because we're doing the landing gear first this time. Just that fact is really cool and really well done, and basically shafts the Emperor, which is also cool. Okay, landing gear is down, and now it is on. So landing gear portion is finished of this one. Okay. Those little skis are so cool, and LEGO people can use them. So, all right, good. All right, next portion. So yeah, Return of the Jedi is my favorite. Next favorite would be Empire Strikes Back, and then Star Wars. A lot of people, they go opposite their Empire Jedi. I mean, just because the dark themes and just the movie itself, how it's set up and done and directed and everything. And I agree. It's just I like the, even though I play a bad guy, I still like the good guys winning. So yeah. Now, beyond that, though, I would have to say, you know, from any of the other movies, whether you're talking prequels or what are the other, not the so prequels, you got the new, I guess the Disney era ones that we should call them, and the standalones like Solo and sorry, I'm looking at the instructions. You got Solo and Rogue One. I have to say, out of all of those, Rogue One is next. Rogue One is just so fantastically done. It essentially ties with the original Star Wars. There's just the original Star Wars because of what it, you know, what it was and started off as, and started the whole thing. Still holds a little bit higher than Rogue One, but right after is definitely Rogue One. It was just, it's so original. It's so original trilogy in how it's done, in everything. I mean, like, they went back to, instead of all the CGI and stuff, they went back to basics and did models, like real models and stuff, and that's why it looks so realistic. It looks so it looks so right, I guess you could say. And yeah, I really like that. So the yep, I'm having fun. I'm getting close to done. I'm doing the second engine here, and yeah, I am having fun. My fingers are starting to hurt a little bit, but that's okay. That's what you'll get. And actually, going back to the movies, I actually really, whoops, I put that in the wrong spot. I really like Solo. It was I don't know why, I didn't really hear good reasons why people did not like Solo. It was a fun movie. It was just a lot of fun. Well done. Let's see, so we just keep flipping it over. Good action. You got to understand a lot of where Han came from, how he found Chewie, and how they got together and started palling around and all that stuff. I mean, like, it was just well done. The acting was good. The people they picked for Lando and for Han were fantastic. The story was good. It was funny at times. It had action. It was just well done. I don't know why people didn't like it, but people didn't for some reason. And I think in this day and age of information and stuff, I think some people said things prior to other people getting to see it, and then so people just assumed it was bad. And I mean, that happens sometimes, unfortunately, but I enjoyed it. Everyone I talked to that had seen it enjoyed it and said it was fun. So I don't know, that one would be right before, I would say Solo would be for me before the prequels. And then after that, then it gets a little dicey. I do like parts of the prequels, and since the Disney error, it kind of is an error. Since the Disney era, I would say that I see the prequels much more fondly. I did enjoy them because we didn't have anything else, so to speak. It was Star Wars, and George Lucas was still doing it. But it was, I don't know. I think the way the storylines were done, I don't think the actors they picked were the best. For one thing, Ewan McGregor is perfect as Obi-Wan. Let's just say that. But the rest, not so much, I would say. Not only that, it was always going to be a tough storyline to do, simply because of the subject matter. When you start throwing politics into a movie, that's tough. And I understand that they needed that to see where Palpatine came, or Palpatine, whatever, however you say his name, where he came from and all that stuff. But if you don't do it right, then I think you start to lose, not focus necessarily, but you start to lose people with the story. It just has to be done right, and it can't be overdone or just too much of that. So I think that's where the prequels failed a lot, and had some bad acting, and some of the script writing I thought was pretty awful. But other than that, a lot of the action stuff, there was too much CGI, but a lot of the action stuff was good. The introduction of Darth Maul with the double-bladed lightsaber, phenomenal. I mean, the lightsaber fighting was definitely top notch compared to original Star Wars, definitely. Even talking like Empire and Return of the Jedi, which had improved action fighting. So, but yeah, I'd say I look at the prequels a little bit nicer now. And like the pod racing was fun. I enjoyed that because I enjoy auto racing. That was cool. Again, storyline, dialogue suffered, and that's what hurt them the most. But it got better as you got away from the political more, and got more towards, like, you know, with the Clone Wars, and then definitely with the end with Revenge of the Sith, because that was just, you know, pure, not pure action, but there was a lot of it, and there was less clunky dialogue to have to worry about. So, all right, we are almost done with this little engine. And then we will build the stand and we're done. So this has been fun. Definitely has been fun. I need both of those in there. Okay. And this goes right over top of where it's gonna go in. There we go. Extra pieces. Oh no! Okay. Now this goes on the other side, and the ship itself is going to be done. Ah, look at that. Everything just comes together. It's beautiful. All right, so that's so pretty. All right, but we're not done yet. We got to do the stand. So get the pieces out, build our structure, and then we're gonna sit it on top, and we'll admire the beauty that is the Y-Wing in all its glory. So yeah, since we're on the stand, it's been what? Almost 5 hours, so we should get this done. This is going to be almost as long, might be a little bit longer actually, than the Voltron build was. Oh, look at that, lots of black pieces. Yeah, the Voltron build was just about done here. So, alright, let's see. Lots of long pieces, and gotta make sure we get the right ones. Otherwise, we'll be going backtracking, and these will not be fun to tear off. There we go. That's the right one. This is interesting. This is definitely not like any other stand that I've put together before. Now, most of the other one, I mean, like the TIE Fighter, the TIE Interceptor has a stand that it sits on, but this one kind of angles it and gives it a little bit more definition, so to speak. It kind of gives it an action pose, which is cool. So it kind of gives it flight, so to speak. Oh, I see. The two little, the dot, it's hard to see, but the dots are so that you can put the pilot and you can put the R2. There we go. Yay. So they're on there. And my last decal, yeah, will be going on. And that goes underneath. That's kind of funny. Last decal will be going on, which will be on the big plate. That's right here. And that'll be the information sheet. All right, next step just has one piece. There we go. Oh, nope, 2, 3. And then 2 and 1. And then 2 nice flat black pieces. Oops, I need to turn that around the right way. I can definitely tell this is hard to see on the camera. Sorry about that. Alright, well, we're going to do these up as close as I can. all these black pieces and just, yeah. Alright. Lots of black studs. There's 6 of these going in because this is the frame. And again, there's decent amount of weight in the Y-Wing, so it's going to have enough support. Okay. Now this is going to be interesting because I have to make sure, okay, that goes here. I have to make sure I have enough dots between where they're supposed to be. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4th one in, this goes in there, but not all the way in. Then from there, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh, that's not good. That goes all the way in. Okay, so that should be 3 whole ones. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. All right. Put this little support thingy in there. Yeah, it's hard to see over the black, that's for sure. All right. So now we get the armature going. With these blue and more black ones. The black ones will probably hold the rest of it together because we're going to put the other armature with it, and then we'll put more. Where's the other armature piece? There it is. Just not seeing it. Go. So that goes in there. This, like I said, this is different than I've ever built as far as a stand goes. And these all go together. Okay. Now this long piece goes all the way through. But we have another one, probably for another part of it, that only goes partially through. I remember doing this a lot with the Falcon, where like we would have a lot of stud things and we push them all through at the end. So now we've got two others that don't go through yet all the way. They just kind of hang out. They're going to form up with something else, and so we're going to put this all together. It's interesting, we don't have, kind of moves down a little bit, but we'll see. Alright, 2x4 flat. Two more of these sticking outside. Two 1x2 flats. Rocket would be proud. And then we got these. Couple more smooth pieces. Alright, so these go together here. Alright, so this is going to be supporting a lot. So we put some more flat pieces on either side. I do like how this looks because of all the flat pieces, like flat pieces. They're smooth. One there. Alright, now we're going to do the rest of the armature, I guess. one goes through that side. Those are the same size, so it doesn't matter which one I use. Okay, that one goes there. This one I have to count. That's 2. And this one's on the end, and then we got a funny little one that goes on this side. Okay. And this comes in. And that one comes in there. Another funny little one over on that side. And we got 2. Getting there. 2 little, oh, this is going to be, these are going to be little stoppers, so it can only go so far over. That's what those are. Okay. So we got this, and then once we put that together, all of it is going to get encased in flat pieces, so it stays nice and flat. That way it stays together. And more flat, these ones are the smooth pieces. And we're almost done. A few more pieces to go. And that one goes there. A little bit more support there. Okay, so this is where it gets fun. So we're gonna have this piece fit in here. Nope, gotta flip it around. This piece goes in here, and then these pieces squeeze into it. There we go, like that. And then those go down right above and get squeezed in. Maybe. There we go. Now, flip this over, do the back of this. Actually, no. Because I know what this is the plaque, so we want to put the last bit on. Last decal. See if we can get it nice and straight. Oh, look at that. That came out good. There we go. Came out really good. Just spread it out this way. Make sure there's no... And now we finish it and make sure we don't do it upside down. I have done that before, so... Okay. And those go there. This goes here. Clips on. Pieces out of the way. Yeah, I already did the decal, and then we put it on. So that's what we're gonna do, and that's gonna finish this build. Ugh. That's where that square is, right there. There we go. Look at that. Move Vader out of the way. There we go. All done. And it's got a nice little play. So you would see it on like this. So it sits there, but it has an angle to it and everything. So there we go. Thank you for sticking with me. It was a lot of fun. A little rocky at the start. Unfortunately, we didn't get to keep watching the movies, but you know, so be it. But yeah, so a little bit over. Let's see what the official time is. It says 4:36. So I'm going to pause it there. And that's it. Thanks for spending the time watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Take it easy. Have a great day. May the force be with you, and I'll see you at the next build.